Hello everyone. I am quite sorry about not streaming last night, which I said I would do. I'm not gonna lie, I was just really tired yesterday. Good news, my niece, it's probably just a tendinitis. So unless it's really, really bad, I'm not getting operated on. But it's still a tendinitis, so it's success.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed
the prelude, the beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Ew, England.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
Don't give them that much credit.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Ew. I'm not gonna start complaining about this place. I'm from Latin America. Legally, I can complain about every European country that has ever caused issues for me. And the UK owes us an island. Like, well, technically, 2 islands. 2 main islands and then a bunch of other little islands that are around them. They owe us a territory. So I have a right to just complain about it existing. Legally. She's what it is. 18th of February, 9:21 a.m. British Supreme Court, Lord Chief Justice's office. Yeah, I also don't understand why we're getting steampunk with this shit, but okay. An incredible place. It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating. I think it's because of all of the gears. Like, I feel like the sound from them would be very annoying. This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress. That's not a good thing. There are some stone buildings like this in Japan now, of course. But they're only been built in the few short decades since we opened our borders to the outside world. An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far cry from the wood and paper most of our buildings are constructed from. It's certainly unfamiliar. think there's more to the differences than just construction materials. Yeah, they're being very steampunk about this shit. What is this place again? This is the Lord Chief Justice's office, Naruhodo-san, in the Supreme Court of Great Britain. The Lord Chief Justice. Sounds like a stupid name. Well, a stupid title. We had instructions to report here this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let the Lord Chief Justice know that we had arrived from Japan. But Kazuma can't. No. So instead we are here in a different capacity. As envoys to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. And having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done. So we'd have to return to Japan. If we want to remain here in Great Britain, I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour. Yes, which means you need to requisite qualifications as a lawyer. Which is what I've been studying for. Here in Great Britain, it is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason why we're here, to have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London. I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Oh, hi, guy that looks obviously evil. Like, he looks obviously evil. Like, look at that facial hair. Look at that expression. Look at that lack of color in his eyes. They're not even like light blue. They're just white. Like, this is the face of an obviously evil man. Like, I haven't seen character design that is more obviously evil since, like, Bon Karma. Like, Bon Karma was obviously evil. This guy is, like, in the same level of obviously evil. Like, I'm impressed. Like, look at this man. He's so obviously evil. I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. It seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. Yosuke. How fortunate. So, introductions. I am Mel Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire, an obviously evil man. Ignore the fact that I just said that I was obviously evil. And I feel a little like I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot. Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse. Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryonosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of a glorious British Empire, which will one day fall because of its own, well, mostly its austerity policies. Realistically, it's the austerity policies. Like, colonialism is gonna... Traditional colonialism, neo-colonialism excellencies, is gonna fall out of grace at some point. They're gonna move to neo-colonialism, and then they're just gonna, like, destroy their own country with corruption and austerity. So, you know. Yes, thank you. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Oh, help! I'm being so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city. Simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh? We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost lost for words. I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. In the Meiji era? Well, actually, yeah, no, I guess that counts. Yeah, no, actually that makes sense. I'm getting my dates confused, which is normal for me. I always get dates forgotten or confused. We spearheaded every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded, and the ones we haven't spearheaded, we have stolen for someone else. Don't worry about what I said. Oh yes, astounded is the word. Thanks for saving me there, Shisato-san. And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor. I don't know if jolly is the word that I would use for Englishmen. Yes, there's much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition we will be hosting here in London. A great exhibition? Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris' World Fair look like a toy shop! Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be. Do you have a problem with Paris? I have a problem with the French! Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. That explains why it sucks ass. The modern world, I mean. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that in these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. But you don't have to call it that. People are gonna associate that with not good things later. Lord Chief Justice? I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. Mr. Kazuma Sogi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report on the situation. I understand that young man has lost... the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing, and you'd reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. You honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news. Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that is true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would just hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo, he would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo, this is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Justice, Long Strongheart, I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead? Don't misunderstand me, Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done. Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean. Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country, and that was Mr. Sogi. At least that is what I've been led to understand. Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say this man, to sway this man. Mr. Naruhodo, I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I going to say? If there is someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's actually the Snowdon, it's me, Susato, it's me. See, in a normal situation, I would go with like, it's Susato. She's like a legal assistant. She probably could actually make it work, and she's good at her job. She has the training. But she's a woman, and it's a Meiji era, so if I say her, I know that we're just gonna get some sexist bullshit about like, oh, a woman can be a lawyer. So, you know. Sorry, I'm still, I'm suffering. Like, if it's not the knee, it's my nose. If it's no eye, it's something else. Like, I'm dying here. Don't worry about it, but I'm dying. Well, I guess it's gonna have to be me. It's me. I can do it. Is that so? I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but no qualifications, you say, and yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I have acted as a lawyer in court before, only once, as it happens, and I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe. Not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, you must also complete several years of training. I realize it's far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asogi's journey had only just begun. Coming here on this study tour was all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. Any test you care to set me. Just one chance, that's all I'm asking for. Please. 31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. Which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So you're willing to put those words to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asogi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. What are you implying with that? Like, am I the only one who thinks that he's implying something with that, and I don't like what he's implying because he looks obviously evil? Like, even the lines of on his face look too like they make like an X over his nose, which, like, how much more obviously evil do you have to get? I see. Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Cool beans. So, what form will this take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo, what do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So let's have you defend someone. Huh? Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as yet, so this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away? If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. Ah, I remember. It's a murder trial, because this is an Ace Attorney game and every single case is a murder trial. Have you not been playing this game enough? A murder? An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Yeah, they had the death penalty there. I don't know if they ever took it out. I think the British took it out at some point, but I don't remember. Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably you read that much in your short C-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I am the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. But you can't do that, can you? Yes, he can. Also, Renosuke, you can't talk. You're from Japan. Japan still has the death penalty. They technically don't apply it very much, but last I checked, they still haven't made that illegal. They might have in the last couple of years, but last I checked, that was still legal. It's just not very used. There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, you'll be hanged. Mr. Naruhodo, you've come to be claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Sogi. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test? I mean, if we don't do it, we won't continue the game, so come on. Alright then. If I have to give you a decision now, my answer is I can't do it. I can't get the words out. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I suspected, is it? Sorry? You have noble intentions but lack the resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. What? But if I say that, I would do it! Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Wait, did I select it correctly? Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But result has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madame? I think what Mrs. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial so trivially would be utterly unforgivable, and I feel exactly the same way. I'm sure the defendant won't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer may fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to the Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there in time. But I just said that. I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. You will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful! Well, that is the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Yeah, good question, like... You have a justice system, don't you have, like, a lawyer that they can forcefully appoint to the guy? Please don't expect an answer to every question. Damn English. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with a chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope. So, what do you say now, madame? Me? What do you mean, Lundstromheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it is purely and simple a matter of resolve. Oh. Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into a great city and enjoy yourselves. Bye, obviously evil man. He's gone. He was totally obviously evil, wasn't he? Yeah, he kinda was. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Well, I hear the lady. London's highest criminal court with an illustrious past, the Old Bailey. This is where I'm to take my test and prove my worthiness as a lawyer. Okay. Ooh, fancy. 18th of February, 9:45 a.m. The Old Bailey. Defense's antechamber. Oh, thank goodness we're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins. I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. I thought my teeth were going to rattle loose. Did you hear what I said up to the driver when we climbed aboard? No, I wasn't there. Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver. And there's a guinea I need for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Sherlock Holmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly. I'm not sure why you're so pleased. I thought we were going to die and we had to pay gold for the privilege. Well, at least we are right here before the trial started. Yes, I suppose so. Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all. So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm feeling tense, that's all. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An oppressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever is about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed. Yes, whoever the man you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone in this moment. Yeah, and I also wish to know where he is. Top of the morning to ya, madam, sir. What are you doing following me here? Things are very desperate, are they? Sorry? Will you look at those expressionless faces? From the east, yes. We're from Japan, yes. Wait. Did you call them expressionless because of the, how do I put this without sounding weird myself? Because of the facial structure common to Asian people, which include the shape of the, like, is it about the eyes? Is it about the eyes? Are you being racist? Like, at this point, I'm expecting it. I just want to make sure that if he's being racist. Ah, Japan is it. Right, say no more. So, how much do you need? No, we're just here because... No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no? This grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now. 1,000 guineas? Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout! But don't take his money. But 1,000 guineas is enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo. What? It's nothing to me at all. I like to ensure I have sufficient funds to weather a rainy day, you see. I have enough wealth to buy the city of London 2 or 3 times over. Could that much rain even fall in one day? Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money. Ryunosuke, for the love of God! Your descendant is never gonna get paid well. You need to amass some wealth to pass down to him. Ryunosuke, he's not gonna survive with a generation of wealth. Ow! That hit me in the eye! Okay, he's definitely racist. Don't get me drunk, fella. I'm not giving it Diana strings attached. I'll be waiting you to do something for me. Oh? To be honest, it is a little embarrassing. The trial that's about to begin, you see, is for me good self here. I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'd be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, that was already the thing we were gonna do? Don't worry about a thing. All you have to do is stand up next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. It was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blaster in blazes, do you not know who I am? Me, one of London's biggest names. We just established that we're from Japan. So, yeah, actually, we don't know who you are. No, sorry, we've only just arrived in the city, you see, and neither of us know shit about London. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there in the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry, a park? What? It is called my Gilded Park, full of blossoming flowers in the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated it to the city, so I did. Ah, an entire park in central London. A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its square people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. I mean, can you give me money? Ah, but now they've got the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal. Me, Magnus McGilded. Well, you are, well, I don't know if a millionaire, but the equivalent of a millionaire in the economy of London in the Meiji era. So, you know, I don't have any reason to trust. What is the matter with the London police, I ask ya? Alright, don't pass out, my dude. Mr. Naruhodo? Perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath. Good idea. My hair. Mr. McGilded? The thing is, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study tour from Japan, you see. So if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we'll do our best. What was I after saying, you daft idiot? I've given you 1,000 guineas to stand up there next to me, haven't I? Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you, like I was offering to do my job. I think I see what's going on here. Sorry? I know what you're thinking. This Chancellor of a fella claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why the blazes can he hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it, that's the only explanation. Well, I mean, I feel like if I said exactly, it would come off as an insult, which, I mean, he's rich, so on the one hand... But it could be something else. Not at all, although it is a little strange, to be honest. Why don't you have a lawyer? I mean... That would be the fault of the Reaper. Sorry, did he just say Reaper? Like Jack? Like Jacqueline? That, like Jackie the Reaper? Jackie the Reaper? What is he doing here? Isn't it a little too early for him to be doing his murdering? Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Valley, Lord Baron Van Six. He's the prosecutor. The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper. When Van Six stands to the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. What? Oh, come on. Won't Karma have the same reputation and I kick his ass? How bad could it be? So it's reached the desperate situation where there's no one willing to stand in defense against El Velado. You could say he's the living legend of the Old Bailey. Goodness, Lord Baron Van Six. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then. Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel also. The counsel is also summoned. Please make your way to the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. The defendant and the counsel. Don't forget the counsel. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, this time. Well then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what happened. Until you show your face here. I made up my mind, so I had... Sorry? I've decided I'd have to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? Ryunosuke, you defended yourself in the first... In the first case? What do you mean, how would that have worked? You did it yourself! Damn this idiot. But then you made an appearance. A student of law, wouldn't you know? It's no accident. I can assure you that. It's fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. I mean... Don't you have, like, anything to tell me about the case? Like... Can I get an autopsy report, crime scene information or description, maybe photographs? Where in England they probably have photographs. We did have it in Japan, so we might as well. I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accursed, except for the fact that he has a lot of money and I could be getting that money that he has. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him. Mr. Naruhodo. The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Kazuma would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for the defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. I'll be right there. What's happening then? My first trial in a British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. I'm small and I'm scared. First case in Britain. Ooh, fancy. On fire? They kept him on fire? That can burn someone. Dude, you have electricity. You don't need those fire thingies. Like you don't need the fire scale. That's silly. This is silly. Why would you do that? It's a fire hazard. 18th of February, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. So this is the highest court in Great Britain. The Old Bailey. It's full of the English. Fucking disgusting. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? It's so different to the Supreme Court in Japan. It feels both imposing and answering at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Wherever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. I'm sorry. She says that and then I think fucking Ace Attorney 1. Remember when we cross-examined the parrot? So solemn cross-examining the parrot. These games are a joke. Like, I know this game is a lot more serious than the mainline series, but also it's so funny. Because, yeah, no, it's still, like, this is still connected. At some point in, like, over 100 years, Yonosuke's descendant is gonna cross-examine a parrot. And I'm just like, so serene, so solemn of an affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, yes, what? Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again. Yeah, dude, you look like you're gonna lose your fucking mind. I know, but I just can't help it. Vampire. It's an old man. Oh, he looks cute. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilded. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The okay, can I do a vampire accent? Like, have I ever been able to do a Dracula voice? No, I don't think I have. Well, let me think about it. No, I don't think I can. I don't think I can pull it. Not without like 20 minutes of practice. I also don't know what voice to give to this guy. Like, I'm already bad at voices, and I don't know what to do with you. Mr. Vampire. Like, look at his shit. Like, grabbing his cape like that. Like, who do you think you are, Dracula, before he fights at the beginning of Rondo of Blood? Well, actually, at the end of Rondo of Blood / at the beginning of what's the one? What's the one where Alucard is the protagonist, which is directly connected to Rondo of Blood? Symphony of the Night. Why could I forget? Why I was forgetting Symphony of the Night? Well, anyway, it's the exact same pose. Stupid vampire guy. The prosecution is fully prepared. I'll figure it out what voice to give you later. Probably, as you do more dialogue. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He looks more like a vampire. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his poor victim to the underworld. Counsel for the defense, you appear to be, Eastern. Do you speak English? Me walking into the Old Bailey, grabbing the judge, putting his face close to the fire so his beard burns. Like, do you have to? Do you have to? Like, I know, it's the English. Of course they're weird. But also, dude! Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. Like, they're standing in an English court. Of course they know how to speak English, you piece of shit. Jesus Christ. That's like asking, like, an Indian in that area if they speak English. Of course they do. You forced them to learn them when you conquered India and made it your colony. Duh. God, I hate the English. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Honey, I think you should worry more about the fact that everybody's racist. That's gonna cause you issues in the trial. Those eyes please me, Nipponese. Oh god, are you an otaku? Are you a vampire otaku? Is that the situation at hand? They shrug your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild. Actually, they run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb. I'm trying to remember what Udo Kier sounded in Blood from Dracula. It's the blood. Also, do you know that Udo Kier died? Like a couple of, I think it was last week. Udo Kier died. It's so depressing. He even worked in a Kojima game before dying. Like, I just feel sad. He was so good. If you haven't watched like Blood from Dracula or Flesh for Frankenstein, do watch those two. They're hilarious. They're so good. A cold shiver just ran down my spine all the way to the tips of my toes. Now, Mr. McGild. Yes, my lord. You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. I'm assuming you already know this. Are you quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? He's 2 seconds away from saying a slur. Oh, I'm going to throw this guy. I'm going to throw it to the fire. Like, it's just the little points there. Like, just the space there. It's just like, oh, he so wants to say a slur. He so wants to say a slur. I've always said, my lord, it's a grand thing to give opportunities to the young, even if the fellows are from some little island off in the far east. It is not the British way to ignore the dangers of yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance. No, actually, that's not what they do at all. But, sure, say that to yourself. I like to think the acts of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Mr. McGilded. What a fine gentleman London has in him. Did you hear that he donated £5,000 to the government the other day? Mother, please, may we go play in the McGilded Park? It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded. That's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded, and most laudable sentiments. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm sure I need hardly remind you that you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? Yes, my lord. If the task is to send brothers to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready. In the manner his lordship always says we should dispose of rubbish properly. Naturally, I agree. Any criminals will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me. I feel a chill. Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Must finish these meats for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, those people are... The jury. Yes, that's something we don't have in Japan yet, and you're not gonna have by the time that the 5th game rolls by. Which, you know, they could have, if they had good writers. but well, Destiny completely ignores everything that happened. Well, everything, most of the important stuff that happens in the fourth game. So you know, I'm sorry, that makes me like. I remember back when Dual Destinies came out and they rolled back like the Mason system shit that they did at the end of Polar Justice. I remember someone being like, well, how are they supposed to, like, you know, implement it in the series proper? And it's like, bro, it seems that they knew how to implement it in the series proper, they just didn't know what the fuck to do with the series at that point. That's right, I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors. The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. The defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view. But how exactly do the jurors give their verdicts exactly? That I don't know, but I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes, probably. I'm still scared. Prosecutor Band 6? My lord? It's become a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame. I've known as the Reaper of the Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, the years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity. What brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances of which the court should be aware? I leave that to your imagination, my lord. So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback? Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo. He has a terrible vampire accent that he can't keep up. In comparison, you're doing much better. As you wish, sir. The court nevertheless welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please. Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware, this case of overwhelming simplicity. We must be the only ones here who aren't aware, so if you could like describe the entire thing to me and maybe give me an autopsy report or something. The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past the hour, was some minutes after 10. The victim was a maker of building bricks, known in the community as Thrice Fire Mason. Story? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service of on the streets of London at the time. You know, I was gonna make a joke, like, did he get killed by a brick? But, okay, sure, get stabbed, I guess. A dagger that had been thrust into the victim's abdomen is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. Here's the autopsy report from the investigating medical officer at Scotland Yard. I can't do it. I'm still gonna try to do the sounds for the W's, but oh boy, I can't. I can't do a vampire accent. It's sad. It's sad that I can't do accents. It makes me feel so sad. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photographs as evidence. I'm not gonna stop doing the thing, but also, it just makes me sad. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit this as well. And these are? Good lord! Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. These gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded's gloves had blood on them? Yeah, but that could be for a variety of reasons. Like... Come on, bro. Oh boy. We're in trouble. Yes, I will accept this as evidence as well. The other gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There's a bloodstain on the right glove. How did I get into this? Can I check the gloves, actually? Like, let me... Brickmaker, 15 of February, 10 PM to 11 PM. Stab once in the abdomen with a knife while strategizing in an omnibus. Neither to internal... Oh god, sorry. I didn't sleep very well, it was really hot last night. Not an uncommon situation for me. Like, it's hot and I can't sleep. Due to internal hemorrhage resulting from the trauma. Okay. Yeah, that looks... Well, wait. Well, one of his buttons is missing. Let's see, anything else of note around here? Not really. Yeah, no, the only noticeable thing here is the fact that there's a button missing, I feel. There's something inside, or... No, that looks like the code of the... Just the material itself, maybe? Yeah, no, only the blood is pointed at. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London. Well, nothing will come of grumbling now. No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Pity. If only he'd been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Yeah, but like, left-handed would make more sense to be like, well, clearly he didn't use the gloves because he's left-handed, so why would the glove be the right one if he's left-handed? Although, I think they were still, punishing kids who were left-handed back in that era. I think they were still like physically punishing them to use the right hand. So even if he was left-handed, I'm back into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker Mr. Mason. The other was the accused Magnus McGilded. Why is he so gay when he points? Like, he's so fruity when he points. Well, rather than circumstances to say the least. Defendant, what say you? Well, of course I have no recollection of such a thing. Mr. McGilded! To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening, but whenever I'm in a carriage, I'm taken with a first tiredness and I always succumb to it. Are you claiming to have been asleep? This is the motion of the carriage, my lord, lilting so it is, and when I opened my eyes again. It was a desperate sight before me, the body of a man I never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask you, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got into the glove stand after the man had been killed. I mean, that makes more sense. Because the blood would immediately soak the clothes. I don't think it would pass to the gloves immediately if by the type of stabbing it is, like the way that he stabbed. Like, the gloves shouldn't make a lot of contact with blood. I don't think, not to that extent. Unfortunately, that statement of the drivers is only the beginning. What? That's not all of it. There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed. Okay. Order! 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 Then the killing took place. Only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's a nail in the coffin for the accused. Not really. Why are you so fruity at pointing? Like this is some of the fruitiest pointing I've ever seen in my entire life. Why are you being fruity in my court? You weird vampire. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimony from these witnesses first of all. Your wish is my command. Bailiff, bring the witnesses in at once and whack the balls. Witnesses, your names and occupations. My name is, well, everybody calls me Beeple. People's sadness is increasing. Well, was it sadness or suffering? I think it was suffering, actually. Have you seen the Tumblr meme? God, I love that cat. It makes me feel so sad that it looks so sad. I drive an omnibus in the East End. Russ Fairplay. I'm a banker in the city. Your name is Fairplay. I don't trust you. My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents. And your name is Lady First? Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were in an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Quite right. Yes, sir, that's right, sir. Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw. Okay. Aha. It was the last bus of the evening, so I had few customers. I remember it well. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. And out of the blue, the accusers reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed, I did. I couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus and then I saw it too. An ambiguous testimony, I must say. You British bastard! Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may. Yes, counsel. Well, this testimony makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Why not? Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it? As has been clearly stated from the outset, yes. Well, in that case, how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage. I mean, yeah, for the record, he's right. How quaint. I read that civilizations in the Eastern Island nation was a good century behind our own. Me walking into the Old Bailey, grabbing Van Six, throwing him out of a window. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nipponese friend. I'm not your friend. Have you even traveled in an omnibus? Well, no. We only arrived in London this morning, asshole. No matter. I've arranged for all of us to see for ourselves the actual scene of the crime, that is. What? Do you mean? The actual scene? How? A carriage is decided to be moved after all. Presumably you understand that much. Yes. The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today, in this very building. Here? What? The entire carriage? Bailiff! Bring for this striking omnibus and whack it. Someone has to get their balls whacked. This is a little uncomfortable, having it in the middle of the... So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing. I think you mean big. I think you mean big, honey. It's not that amazing, it's just big. As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers. Four passengers sitting inside in the enclosed cabin, and another 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best views of the city's architecture and sights are to be had from the top of the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof, allowing a view of the interior from the seats above. Ah, skylight. Oh! And it drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on the omnibus when the murder took place. That is how... Sorry. I think it's losing my nose. This is how they came to witness the crime incident. Through the skylight. That makes perfect sense. Well, yes, it does make perfect sense, but this is the issue. There's no way for them to know. Like, from that position, there's no way for them to know, likely there's no way for them to know whether McGilded got up to help the guy and it looked like he was getting stabbed, or if he was getting stabbed, because he could have been stabbed. They don't notice the fact that there's a dagger in there, and they just see McGilded with their hands on the dagger trying to get it out or some shit. Like, come on, dude. No offense, but come on. Well, counsel, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced a crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. That is the prosecution's wish. Wish. My wish. My wish is to be able to do a vampire accent. Very well. I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby. It's formally accepted as evidence. God damn it. I can't read. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence? Wouldn't be the weirdest thing you're gonna deal with, Sonny. I'm sure that we're gonna deal with worse. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I think you mean stupid. I could help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings there. Your cross-examination, Counsel? Yeah, but first let me check the carriage. Okay, let's see. Your Master's London's head office. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Okay. That's blood soaking into the seat. The victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab somebody in full view of the other passengers like that, I wonder? Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Oh, the Crystal Tower is under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be feasted with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event. Okay. This seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very practical, aren't they? This seat has a handle, it seems. Well, well, well. This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep the omnibus running. Feeding tubs, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. There's a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems. There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to store their luggage, that's for sure. Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway. And, oh. There's none on this side. Interesting. Well, we have one place where, like, someone could hide in. So that's good. Ah, that's a poster for the great exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. A lot of fucking... Oh, okay, it's the same thing. It's quite a large skylight, isn't it? Yes, quite large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck. And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. I suppose it can be opened from the inside from the inside of the cabin at least. Yeah, doesn't seem like it. Okay, I don't think the inside has anything else. Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then. Phoenix right up. That's cute. That's a cute reference. Like, that's adorable. I'm finding... What? Oh, there it is. Oh, that's really finicky. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good for us. Nothing of notice around here. Anything under the carriage? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, it seems like the most important part is the fact that there's like a compartment there. And it's large enough for a person to be like hiding in there, I would argue. Pray, don't expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of the British court's cross-examination rights. Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court, and I'm not supposed to cut the guy that is being racist towards me with my sword that I got from my dead friend, who would have definitely cut him down with his sword. That is now mine. And cuts saint and sinner alike. I wish I could use my sword that cuts sinner and saint alike. Focus, Renosuke! Focus!
Hold it!
Okay. You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I already testify to that? Nothing weird for you guys? Okay. Oh, it probably marked me on either side for whoever. That's fair. Like, I wasn't sure how it was gonna be with 3 people, but I guess if they put you in the center, they just point to one of the sides. Are you fair dinkum hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days? Puts my hand on his shoulder. Bankers are not considered trustworthy for a long time. Like they haven't for a long time, sweetie. Oh, no. I didn't mean that. This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw in a little more detail, if that's... My lord! Juror number 3, what's the meaning of this? My mind is made up, my lord. Completely and utterly made up. Made up of what? I don't like the sinking reach. Never have. They're always up to something or other that they shouldn't be. Every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me. Oh. There's no point in wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter anyway. That is precisely what I was about to say. As a foreman of the jury, it's my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. What is happening here? And also, when I said that was like a fire hazard, I wasn't expecting it to be that much of a fire hazard, but now I see that it is like an extreme fire hazard. You need to retire that system. I don't care if it looks cool. Use rocks or something. Let me see. Ah, yes, it seems that that's how the members of the jury give their verdicts. With fire? Apparently, yes. White for innocent and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice as we saw a moment ago. So if those enormous scales fall completely to the black side, does that mean... Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen. Now I'm even more worried than I was before. Very well. The court acknowledges the change in the jury's stance. Also, for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say? You were sitting up on the roof deck, were you? Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. Yeah, that's not the clothes that McGilded wears. So you're a fucking idiot. I've been thinking about a new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then I happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge grey knife. A grim sight indeed. That didn't help me at all. Jury look like they're even more convinced my client did it than they were before. That appears to have made everyone even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions. Mr. First! Yes, sir? Is this the knife you saw? Oh, good grief! Yes, that's the very one, sir. Is that? Yes, Kanzo, this is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. See, he's a vampire! That is a blade of considerable size, Kanzo. It is. And furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. The letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M, for Magnus, perhaps, or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes, like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned. No, this weapon of murder almost certainly belongs to the accused. Not conclusive, but certainly comparing, counsel. My lord, if you will forgive the interruption. Juror number 2, go on. Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman's word should be sacrosanct. However, those of us in service know we must accept hard truths. Wait, what are you about to... Dispose of the rubbish. No! I don't wish to cause offense, but I do like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime. I have painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts. As such, I am now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion. Okay, this is rigged. This is rigged against me. Not again. That's 4 out of 6 jury members who proposed a guilty verdict. And only 2 left. We've had it. Every time I press these witnesses for more information, I just make the situation worse. Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark. I suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly. We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back. But... alright. Keep trying. I can't give up. Just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Yeah, but I don't like it. Before I press... Oh, actually, where's the... Oh, I forgot what button to use for the call record. I'm just opening it here. Okay, let's open the call record first. I want to examine this. Okay, that is an M. An ornate letter M. Undeniably, Mr. Magnus McGilded's initials. And it's beautifully gilded, too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it? Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change everything. A W? Yes, this is one of those, you know, turnabout cases, I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I am sure of that is this is an M. Oh. Well, that idea was quickly squashed. That part is a sheet, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, sorry, yes, I just don't really like blades. Oh, doesn't seem like the words of a man with a large katana strung out from his waist. That's not a blade, that's Kazuma's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. Huh, it's also very fancy, it seems. Ugh, that looks like a lot of blood. It surely is blood. The victims. An Englishman's blood looks a lot like a Japanese man's blood. Me putting my hand on his shoulders. Honey, I know they're all being racist, but you don't have to be racist back. You don't have to lower yourself to that level. Do you think it wouldn't? Sorry, it's just that we've only just arrived here in Great Britain. I would have assumed their blood was green. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust. Yes, I do understand. Okay, that doesn't seem to be anything else. Not noticeable anyway. What exactly did you see? Well, the passages, yes, collapsed on the floor he was. And by passenger, obviously, you are referring to the victim, Mr. Mason the Brickmaker. And the other passenger had a knife in his hand like this. By the other passenger, obviously, you are referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded. And then he plunging it out like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly. What? Order! Order! It is hard to believe one of London's greatest philanthropists, but this is it is hard to believe of one of London's greatest philanthropists, but this is damning indeed. The law knows no philanthropists, my lord, only the innocent and the guilty. Good deeds mean nothing when overshadowed by evil. The truth is everything. Couldn't agree more, sir. The truth. Yeah, and I think he's lying. Alright, so when it happened, the only two people in the enclosed cabin area were the victim and the defendant. Unless... And so help me, 3 whole people witness the man I'm trying to defend not do the deed. I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here. What am I supposed to think here? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... But before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information. We need to understand the case much better than we do at the moment. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. I'm guessing I need to press the last two because I didn't see anything interesting in the first two. But I assume that's what, like, this is one of those you have to press everything situations.
Hold it!
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh yes, sir. That's right, sir. Yes, ever so cold it was freezing in fact. And you had 4 passengers aboard at the time, is that correct? Yes, that's right, sir. Not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course, though. No. There were no other passengers when the incident took place. No one alighted, for example. You're quite right with that, sir. No other passengers like that. No, none. No one fled the scene of the crime, then. I have to say, the boss insists on it running hit us every evening, the last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes if it's altogether worthwhile. Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, what with it being so cold and everything, and only making 20 pence on the run, you see. Yes, I spent that much at the pub on the way home, just trying to warm up again. I just can't believe it, sir. Can't believe it. A murder on my own bus. That's too awful to think about. I haven't been able to shake this cold ever since it happened. Are you sure that you're just not, suffering from, like, a virus or something? My lord, I wish to speak. Yes, juror number 5, do I take it that you too? As the master of the London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It wouldn't be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, so I said to myself. But I've had enough now. The horse has bolted, as they say. No, please, just keep an open mind a little long. Giddy up now, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight. Okay, yeah, this is totally rigged against us. Pipo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what the man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. This is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Madam Juror number 6? Yes, dear. What can I do for you? You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the Sun. Ah, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know. Then, pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your leaning? Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park is called. The gentleman donated to the city, you know, to put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life. He's always doing wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stop someone, surely. Mother, may we go to the McGilded Park Public Library later and borrow some more books? How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people don't know? What kind of a man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of a man he is? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded has enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir, and one with the very darkest of souls. What? Stone the crowds. McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. When they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture, and that preys on the weak. I've never heard any mention of that before. Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, madam. So has this thought not crossed your mind? Will a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that. The victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name save considerable financial liability. It will come as no surprise that his creator was the accused, Magnus McGilded. But let's also be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final repayment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house, he had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist pretender, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. Also, why would... Okay. The guy has a debt. Let's say that he's right about McGilded being a fucking loan shark. It's not convenient. Like, you don't kill your marks. You keep them alive because then you can keep extorting them. Like, if the guy couldn't pay, it's like, okay, you're like a brickmaker, you're very good at it, come work with me, I'll make you work until you repay your debt. Like, the guy already has enough money, he can actually just make himself a new business and use this guy and not pay him a shield until he's done repaying what he owes him. Like, that is an loan shark strategy, just using people that already owe you money for your own businesses without having to pay them a cent.
Hold it!
If I might add something briefly, Miss Sato, you claim that the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, but where is the evidence to support your claim? I don't think you can get drunk in court. I don't think that's legal. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in the court of law. Haha, there it is. Lord Van Six's hallowed chalice! How can this be considered acceptable? And also, why are you making it sound like this is like supposed to be dramatic or something? He's just drinking. He's just drinking his blood. His blood. But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I have heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As judicial assistant to the defense, I am simply doing my job. But a pity that your display of courage is in vain. This is the debtor's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside. Oh! Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the enigmatic ease at the same time. Okay, he's an otaku. I get it. A marvelous toast, counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. The debtor's ledger has been entered in the court. Goddamn otakus, they ruined my life! First Edward, now this guy. Well, Edward was just an otaku for the Seal Samurai. Ah, yes, 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum. Okay, let's see. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry. Oh dear, do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder. I assure you we will not find Mr. Sholmes' name inside. Well, let's see what we can find. If it's not Sholmes. Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Ah, goodness! What is it? Look at this. Do you see the name here? Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually. Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment! Oh, yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, did he? And look, the repayment that is fast approaching. It's possible that this was just a coincidence, of course, but this could be very useful information. Well, well, well. Oh, it's... The texture there is really dark for some reason. Is the same? Okay, yeah, it's the same. So he's not gonna give me any other person for now. And the accused made quite said that he had ample recompense. Are you sure? Define ample recompense for me, sweetie. Oh god, we're fucked. This was rigged from the start. Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes. Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused. And it's such a pretty little part, too. What a scoundrel. Still, maybe it's all for the best. Wait a minute. Let's think about it a little more. I don't stand for nonsense. Well, Chad, we're cooked. Yeah, that's my reaction to that too. That was it. The last juror's decision. According to this encyclopedia of British law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the proceeding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here. The final verdict is over then. Oh! There's a footnote, though. A footnote? However, the defense... All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Come on. Rorosuke, this is the moment where you object. Misusato, just tell me one thing. Oh, yes? You were in the middle of saying something before? The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law? Whoever the defense? What did it say next? Oh yes, of course. One moment. When all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended and the presiding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. Then the footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point. Summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination. From which century has that tomb you have there been resurrected? Judging from the binding, I would say that book is at least 50 years old. Any modern terms of British law wouldn't even give such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten, and certainly no longer practiced. So if you're out of luck... Oh... Insist on it. We're gonna insist on this shit. It's the last chance that we have at this point. What even is it, Misusato? This so-called summation examination. Oh, one moment and I'll read about it. You will demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails? Typical Nipponese. Alright, Mr. Naruhodo, I think I understand. It seems that under this position we will be able to appeal to the members of the jury. Do what exactly? Appeal to them to change their leading and reverse their decisions, and it says here that... If successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed. Make them reverse their decisions? Yes, in times go by, barristers will use a summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decision. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefits really, so it rather fell out of use. I wonder why. Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister will even assert his right to try in this day and age. Still... Well, Band 6, you're out of luck, because I don't have any self-respect. I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, it's the last thing that we can do, so might as well. A summation examination. Our last possible option. We assert our right to carry it out or meet defeat. Bro, we assert our right! What else can we do? The defense wishes to assert its right to a summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
Yeah, but I don't fucking care. But it's alright. It's alright. If it is alright, it's alright. I believe it could prove vital in this trial. Do not confuse me. I'm scared. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. Yay! This is madness. No, this is the Court of England. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready? Well, I'm not. There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so, all members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all justify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty. Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot. This is most irregular. No mention was made of this before. I don't really hold without this justifying lark. Seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems most of them have... Oh god damn it, I touched too fast. I apologize. Let's see. Seems none of them have experienced this before. Well, yeah, obviously. Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe. It might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. We're so gonna get our asses kicked. So be it, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGildet, guilty of this most serious crime. Yay! Okay. Their contentions. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it has to have been him. I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems, for passengers with fares totaling 20 pence. He stuck the chap next to him like this. Brazen, I must say, absolutely brazen. I simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion. You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence for years. The scoundrel stabbing the poor man on the floor, it beggars belief. Wait, what? I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now. Oh, come on. At least you're of course examining a parrot. Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they? Let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them, and use some very persuasive language. Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo. According to my book, that's not quite how it works. Oh? I thought I was going to have to throw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant. Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything the defense says. But then what's the point? They've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched they might become. Then what on earth am I supposed to do? Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo. Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then? Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the jurors' own words to make your arguments. What do you mean? Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public. They may appear to present a united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves in the courtroom together. And that's the way to break them down, you mean? Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other. I see. So it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. In a way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination. Oh, yes, I suppose you're right. Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off! Can we start proceedings, counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal. Yes, my lord. I like that they had to put them like separate like this, so Renosuke can stand in the middle and you can see the 3 of them. Four passengers with fare totaling 20 pence. Let me... because there was something here. We haven't raised prices above 4 pence, but that makes it so like it wouldn't be... it couldn't be 5. Like, either there were 5 people, totaling 20, or the fare is more expensive, either way. I guess it's Pete. Yeah. Objection! Those 2 statements clearly contradict each other. They do? Explain yourself, counsel. Me? Oh dear, what have I said? I swear on Silver's Blaze main and name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. According to the group testimony we have so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question, and according to the coachman, Mr. Beepo, he took 20 pence in fares. Quite right, I have this precise details typed neatly here in front of me. And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is. Fair and convenient single price. Just the way London carriages should be operated. But that doesn't add up at all. In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication, it would be 16 pence. Exactly, as I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact. Or precisely, 1 person's fare. 1 person's fare. Yes, in other words, on the omnibus that night, it's distinctly possible that there was another passenger we had nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. Wanna know. Trustworthiness is our watchword. The figures your coachman claims most certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy. I beg your pardon? Mr. Guildmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so this miserable trial doesn't end, Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the innocent side, the innocent side of the set of scales. No, hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. Why do you have to go and... Wait until I get my hands on you people. I'm gonna make your life worse. This is all very irritating. Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same. Yay! Thank you, lady! I'm so glad we got emotional support. For the love of Mike, now you as well! A penny can be the difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters. Oh, really? I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If we can manage to change two more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue. Two more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions. Then that's where you must strike next. So I need to pit two more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions. Exactly, you can do it! Why are you reading my thoughts? Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination.
Thank you.
I should like to hear what the slipshod bookkeeper has to say for himself. What does you say? People, this trial has to continue so I can get to the bottom of this corruption. Not guilty, I say. God damn. Sucks to be people. Stabbing this poor man on the floor. I mean... he can be on the floor. So we just need to find two jurors with contradictory statement and pit them against each other. Which is so much easier said than done. Is that perhaps what you are thinking? How do you know? Well, I took the liberty of doing some research in case you happen to find yourself in such a situation. Shall I read you what I found out? It is a little long, I'm afraid. Sure? Very well, listen to this. Oh, it's just the, okay. It's gonna be a tutorial. During the submission examination, you will hear the assertions of the 6 members of the jury. In this situation, the counsel for the defense should use, the pit with impunity. Having done so, you will be able to compare the chosen assertion with those of the other jurors. Select the corresponding buttons to listen to the other jurors' assertions again. Note that you cannot choose the assertion of the juror you initially selected, nor can you choose assertions of jurors who have changed their leaning to not guilty already. Once you've compared the various jurors' assertions, work out which two contradict each other, and then pit them together with R to pull them apart. I see. She wasn't joking when she said it was long. It's not that long. The first step is to listen very carefully to what each individual juror has to say. Then I'm sure you'll start to see which ones might not quite agree with each other. Alright then, let's get this right now so I never have to listen to that long and boring explanation again. That's the spirit. Inosuke, you're kind of a dick. There's something that, yeah, this thing here, like these two. Like, they make no sense with each other.
Objection!
These two statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Post haste. Oh, dearie me. I was only needing a jumper for my other half. Oh, that's adorable. What is it, all this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness that they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3. What? You can't see that I'm busy here. How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? Want to test me, do ya? It was like they struck the fellow next to him without even getting up, just like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Flayprice's testimony, quite true. Now then, juror number 6. Oh, is that me, is it? What can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam? Oh, well, dear, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so. Now don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. Struck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions. What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle. What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth. Oh. But why? Why the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet, but what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We will never find out the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen in all good conscience? Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies. Thank you, old lady. Boop. The scales. I don't believe it. Wait! Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him in his blood suit. He's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on us all. Me entering the Old Bailey, getting up to juror number 1, grabbing him, throwing him directly into the scales so he burns alive. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Answer me, this dark jinx. Me? You call me a jinx? Do I look like a Pokemon? What exactly is the problem? What of it if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say, the Shylock stabbed the victim as he sat next to him on the omnibus, and this young dandy saw him do it. And now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this lady saw him do it. Well, what to say didn't happen like that, let's see. Single stab wound is in the autopsy report, Why are you calling a dandy, sir? Why I should take this knife to you? Who are you calling old? Why I should take this needle to you? They're ready to kill each other now. Let them do it. Ryunosuke, let the English kill itself. Let England die by its own hand. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Neither two witnesses see two different moments of the same crime. No, idiot. The autopsy report. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman. What is it, you dark jinx? Come on, out with it. Stop being racist. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? How can you possibly say that? You do realize that I'm only doing my job. As foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say the two witnesses saw two different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me proof. Okay. Can I just show you the autopsy report and be done with it? It looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's out of the question that the two witnesses saw the two different moments of the same crime, as proven by the goddamn autopsy report that says that he was only stabbed once, idiot. Do you not follow along with the explanation at the beginning? This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen only once. Only once? It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely one time. Which means these witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Yay! Wait, that means 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhara. We've won. Looks to be you, man, Six. What are you playing? Are you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. I said shut your trap. I know a liar when I see one, and if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop, I'll take this rascal chap blade and shave every single last hair of his head. Please tell me he's a barber. Also, please stop licking the knife, it's weird. This is the court of law. Well, in a quite remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. How the turntables. The jurors now stand at 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to adjudicate, and the trial must continue. I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witnesses to return to their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. Yay! So, Lord Van Six, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. I like that even his little wine bottle has like a reaper, like it has sights and shit. He has an aesthetic, and I kind of respect it. That glass was probably like really expensive. What is wrong with you? Who do you think you are? You vampire? Having savored the rich aroma of the carmine contents of this hallowed chalice, it may seem crass to crush it into dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Six! Is it cold in here, or is it just me? As your antiquated Tom no doubt says, the prosecution may not speak during the summation examination. So I honor a deadly silence and listen to the charade. It seems I overestimate the intelligence of the jury. Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as a self-evident truth, it would seem. No. And why else should we raise the cover with your presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle. Bring forth the witnesses once more. Why is he so dramatic? Is this necessary? Why is he like this? Witnesses! I trust you had the summation examination we had just had to endure. Yes, sir. I did, sir. Of course I had it. Yes, sir. I had it. You, sir, on the end, coachman. I believe it's Beepo. Yes, sir. My door is there. If it transpires that in your previous testimony you were attempting to bail the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir. Oh mio Dio. Italians. Now then, witnesses, I be called on you to testify before the court again. You will explain the various misgivings brought to our attention by the defense's summation examination. Yay! I only cared for passages that I swear it would them. Well, I for one was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus. He fitted us on the fare, he did, and then I saw that blood curdle inside as well. It's all too much. I tell you, I saw my gilded stabbing that man. Everything I said before stands. Oh, yes. He stabbed him, yes, he did. I think so, yes. That's bad. Counsel, make sense of this for me, please. The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my Len Easton friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little cousinage. People, explain yourself. I'm terribly sorry, Gil Master. The Gil's fare is 4 pence across the board. You know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare? It is so cold, and the last run of the day is always halfway empty. You have been dishonest, coachman. I am sorry. You're a disgrace, people! A disgrace! And your selfish actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild. Dishonor on you, on your family, on your cows. I don't have cows, sir. If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week. What? 4 passengers at 5 pence each is, yes, 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I just can't make the result come out differently. No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, if you please. We've already had the pleasure of a protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely! Bitch. I hate this guy. What a douche. Oh boy. What time is it? Okay, kind of an awkward place, but I'm gonna go get myself some coffee and then we'll actually do the cross-examination. Thank you. I'm actually not that good at voices, so I'm just trying my best and I failed miserably. Anyway, I was saying, 5 minutes, I'm gonna go get myself some coffee and then I'll come back and we'll continue. Oh boy, my back. Anyway, I'll be right back. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's see. Let's see. Who's the one that had me for a moment? Not you. Because, like, clearly there's something weird here. Like, I know that you owe money to, Let me press you for a second. Because I don't think I could just drop the ledger with, Fairplay's, like, with the fact that he owes money to McGilded. Just like that, so I might need to just press here to see if I can convince someone to tell me, hey, is it possible that this guy actually did the stabbing just to blame McGilded for it? Someone who, you know, also owes him money and or, you know, just lie that it was McGilded to get out of paying him. Earlier you testified that you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding a knife in an ice pick grip. Very specific. I suppose. I might have, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe. What's this? Well, I'm quite sure about most of it. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then I turned around. Yes, I saw it through the skylight. The gentleman was on the floor, and the knife was sticking up out of his immediate grave. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man, yes. So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. Like, at all. That's a yes. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head... No, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment the stabbing did. Oh! Well.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Are you perhaps worried that now you cannot lie and get away with the fact that you had money to pay to McGilded and you're definitely lying to just not pay him? Like, I don't think he did it, but I do think he's lying on purpose to get McGilded convicted so that he doesn't have to pay him. Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. He didn't really see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? No, I don't think so. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight at the top of the omnibus, that is. Peeping. I'm a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. No banker is respectable, don't lie to me like that. And I know what I saw. I remember it as clearly as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. Uh-huh. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me if I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. Oh, I can do that alright. I'll tell you just how grim it was. Do you think I'd forget? Do you think I'd forget the sight of those blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man? Yeah, actually, because he's wearing gloves.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands? Well, I admit that Soak might be lying in a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark color stain there, but as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Ah! In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent and probably a lie. Yeah. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar, heathen. That's right. You were quite clear about it. You said it was Bloodhounds. Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth? Well,
Objection!
Should I have 6? It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it wasn't but Hans. It was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. You have to point at me so fruitily. You goddamn vampire.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands. Which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman, not some gutter snipe. Upstanding member of society, don't prevaricate. You're a banker. You're not upstanding anything. Except... well... No, I'm not gonna say what I was gonna say. We don't have to be banker-phobic that much. No, not that much, anyway. He's claiming to have no reason to lie, but is that really the case? Mr. Naruhado, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide in this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his testimony. Of course we have evidence, sweetie. It's a debtor's ledger. I can't speak. My lord? Yes, counsel? The defense is ready to present evidence. By Jove, are you sure? Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate when Mr. Fairplay had a reason to lie in his testimony. Very well. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness alleged deception of the court. God, I can't speak again. I never can speak. Why am I complaining about that? It's like, no, you can never speak. This is consistent for you. Anyway, I have the ledger and the spare. This is a list of debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accuser's extortion. The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No. Well, it's barely worth of being called a debt. According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say? Well, what of it? Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case? These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore, were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sent to a capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled. They would cease to exist. Cease to exist? Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claim in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw, in a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant? You Englishmen scream just like the Japanese. when I find out you're lying to me. I just couldn't help but think back to that comment Yunosuke did. Oh hey, Englishman blood is as red as Japanese blood, and he's like, yes, honey, you're humans. I know they're racist, but come on. Order, 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 Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again, and be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Do you or do you not see the precise moment in time at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? That's a no. Your silence speaks volumes. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright, now let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. I definitely remember seeing blood on Matilda's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. So you keep saying. I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir. Go ahead, Mr. First. Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself as it happened. Seen what? The blood seal on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost certain it was on both of his hands, not just one. What? What? Okay, but like that just proves that it has to be a different person. It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all you witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Oh, thank you for being here. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yeah. Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of the trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes. I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Finally, for once. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters. I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both of the attacker's hands with blood on them. I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains there can't be anyone else inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. I mean, yes, there can. Because there's a compartment where you can keep shit in that is large enough to keep a human. Well, lo and behold, in truth of fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, there was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what testimony is about. Agreed. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood is clearly visible in the seat corroborating the witnesses' accounts. In other words, there is no significant change in the facts of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. God damn these guys. I fear this is gonna be one of those you have to press every statement situations again.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the gloves the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nevertheless, I know what I saw and I stand by it. The man had blood on both of his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. Like a bear? Like a dire bed, which is like a bear but is dire? 1 hand or 2, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the green crime, the victim's blood dripped guiltily from the accused's fingers.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay these. Yeah, you basically he actually committed perjury with that shit. He's gonna be in trouble later. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance as well, you know. But for crying out loud, we all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? You cheater. Well, that's not entirely not what I was hoping for. I just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. I was going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend, that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10? I'm a banker, no one bats an eye if I were a little spending money for the weekend. My honest reaction to that. I think you may have revealed rather more about your character than you bargained for, sir. The witness scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Is that really how it's supposed to work? Are we going to ignore the guy with the betting problem? Okay.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands. Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGiller's gloves had any sign of blood on it. Yeah. That's right. The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilder sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir. He wasn't wearing these gloves? That's correct, sir. And I saw the blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark color stain on the dark leather gloves wouldn't have been easy to see. I should point out that the police officer who apprehended the accused on the night in question reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilder's gloved hands. There wasn't blood on his hands? This is puzzling indeed. It's supposed to be significant somehow. I'm sure of it. Well, it just means that somebody else did it, obviously. Which I've been saying for like the last 20 minutes.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything. Oh yes, that is to say, no sir, I didn't. Very sorry about what I had said before, sir. Very sorry. It was very wrong of me to be making up stories since I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? I know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir, I said nothing at all. Mr. Beeple, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? He's so stupid. Oh, please, you didn't even see that. It was so cold at night, you see. It was all I could do to keep you from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. This is sorry to say, sir. It will seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's called Winter Nights. People! Ah! He's gonna be in so much trouble later. Well, he's already in so much trouble, he's gonna get in more trouble later. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. Oh, I didn't mean to click. Accidentally click the call record. That's right, it was fiercely cold at night, but the glass wasn't frosted over. Ah yes, I remember I was shivering, it was so bitter. Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked? That's right, and it's a public bus service. For pity's sake, that's not what I call fair play. Yes, I had the exact same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clean off. So I had no choice but to climb up to the roof deck and look down longingly into the warm cabin below. Well, I assure you I wasn't looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. This guy. And that's precisely why I can tell you with absolute confidence that if there was anyone else in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Would they really have seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? No, I don't think so, I'm gonna be honest. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events in the cabin through the skylight in the floor of the upper deck. Is that correct? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What? By golly, really? Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure, but the possibility cannot be denied that at the time of the incident there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nipponese friend. Just call me a slur. I know you want to, just call me a slur. Have the balls to call me a slur at this point. The prosecution demands that you substantiate your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. You will identify the area on this cross-sectional plan of the omnibus. Where exactly in the omnibus are you suggesting that the potential extra passenger could have been situated? Yeah, about that is right here, in like underneath here.
Take that!
Both rows of seats on the roof face in the direction of the travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin face each other, which means the visible part of the cabin, which passengers on the roof deck can see through the skylight, is as I've drawn here. Ah. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite to the one on which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
There's also that, but like they could have been hiding in the underneath part of the seat. There's also that. It's quite possible some phantom was visiting there. Your Nipponese have a forbidden habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude. Can you, Mr. Naruhodo? I honestly don't know. Where could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, which was out of sight from the witnesses on the roof deck? I mean, I do have an idea. I understand, my lord. The defense would like to put forward a name. You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learned. Let us not delay, Council. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been that I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, on the night of the murder, the person occupying the seat in the omnibus cabin that was secured from view was... like...
Take that!
the passenger in the enclosed cabin that the witness on the roof deck failed to see has to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, Counsel? That's the name of the defendant! Yeah, I know. That's the point.
Objection!
Do you have to smash that chalice again? You broke a second one. How many are you gonna break this trial? If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hallowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Six! People talk of these tiny island nations of the Far East as having a learning and culture of their own. But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Renosuke, he's being racist. He's trying to say that you're inferior and stupid, and he's being racist, okay? Let me explain in terms that even a student of an outlet backwater such as yourself might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built. But that premise may be wrong. But if the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way. What inconsistency, Counsel? The defendant's gloves, my lord. He's right. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claimed that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove security remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimony remains unchanged. Exactly, they both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit. Duh. Extraordinary. Who else is it gonna be? Order! 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 What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense's postulation is just that, nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and I couldn't exactly make out their faces. Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them though. Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Others tend to notice such things. And what particular styles of hat did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First? I'm afraid I don't remember. And you call yourself a hatter? The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third party in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused Mr. McGilded, vulnerability had offered to depose the fact. I mean, he told us that he'd been asleep the entire time. Which, I'm not gonna lie, it is suspicious. Excuse me, I'm drinking my coffee. Like, it is suspicious, but I also don't think that that means anything. We had sillier things. Like, again, I bring it up every time, but like, we could examine a parrot once. Like, it wouldn't be that weird. Unless that is you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. That the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the cabin in which he traveled. He's right. There was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. It's inconceivable that Mr. McGildet would have been unaware of it. Unless the person was hiding under the seat, Ryunosuke. We mentioned that before. Like... Order! There is clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGillet, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he will have already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason why he's unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilden is no uneducated ruffian. If it indeed turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it will have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord? Did we ask Mr. McGillen to testify or not? Might as well. We need to keep going. I don't want a guilty verdict. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGildet to the stand. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Yes, well, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGildet has to say. Get that man out of here, I say. It would be utterly illogical not to hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how I run things at the guild. Hearing what the patron of my favorite little parrot has to say. Ah, yes, that would be lovely. Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendant to the stand once more, and whack his balls. Very important to always whack his balls. Now, maybe what actually happened that night will finally become clear. Let proceedings be resumed. Mr. McGildet, have you been listening to the discourse of the day? To be sure I have, my lord. There are now two matters on which the court decides to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin, as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal the fact from the police? Begad, no, this is not my nation to hide anything at all. Just answer the questions, please. The truth of the matter is, I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you so, or keep me mouth shut? Tell us what, Mr. McGildet? The fine fella representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye, and 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... what? No, Magnus McGildet, that convenient excuse can save you now. I'm truly sorry, so I am Lord Van Six. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was? Well, the little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time and not in any way involved, you see. But if the police had known the wee one was here, they'd have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was only trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? I don't know. You don't know. Well, the wee thing just happened to be in the carriage that night. I never saw her before or since.
Objection!
We have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution called for the witness' statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What? What? Ah, smoke! Ah, fire! There's a fire! Oh. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hear we call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. And whack the defendant's balls again. Just to make a point. We're hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos as people stumble over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber, and other bailiffs continue to smack their balls. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended. Well, that's a problem. For me, personally. Like, we were in the middle of something. I have a bad feeling about this. Because, like, he's telling me that somebody else was involved. But he's also telling me that, that he's not the person at fault, and he's also not this other person at fault. So there's 3 chances, so 33.33 repeating percent. One, he did it, and he didn't want the whoever, like the urchin, as he calls them, to get in trouble. The urchin did it, and he still doesn't want them to get in trouble because he's a child. Or there's a completely different, unrelated person that is neither him or the urchin that actually killed this guy. And that makes more sense to me, because we still have the issue of the payments, and yeah, the guy says that he was making them overpay for the ride, which would explain why he's 20 instead of like the 16 that they were supposed to be like paying, like in total. But I do wonder if he's like, what's the deal here is. Like, it feels very conspiratory. Like, there's a guy who owes this guy's money. Like, it's a little too convenient. 18th of February, 12:52 p.m. The Old Bailey's defendants and the chamber. What on earth is happening there? Mr. Naruhodo, I managed to find out what happened. Mrs. Sato, I was told it was an advanced form of smoke grenade, a type of exploding device that releases smoke. A smoke grenade? It sounds like the sort of things ninjas use. They're just making sure everything is safe now. I think the trial will start again before long. But why would... who would have done something like that? The police managed to catch someone who was trying to flee the courtroom, apparently. Flee the courtroom? Why? Well, it's a young girl of around 15, I hear. A young girl. Then could it be the other passenger that Mr. McGilded was just talking about? My thoughts exactly. So he wasn't lying. Oh, what's become of Mr. McGilded, actually? There are so many things I need to ask him about, but he's not here. I think he was summoned to the prosecutors and the chamber to answer questions, along with the young girl. who is she, I wonder? And what was she even doing here at the trial? She was taking a huge risk, and for what possible benefit to herself? It's another matter that's troubling me. What was that? The 20 pence. Hmm? Oh, according to the coachman, Mr. Beeple, he took 4 passengers that night at a fare of 5 pence each. That comes to a total of 20 pence exactly. But now it seems there were in fact 5 passengers, which means the figures don't seem to add up again. She's right, that is strange. Counsel for the defense, kindly proceeding to the courtroom. The trial will recommence in 5 minutes. Oh, thank you, officer. We'll go in straight away. Well, whoever she is, I imagine this young girl will be asked to take the stand and testify now. I really can't imagine what she's going to say, but it could alter the whole direction of the trial. We'll know soon enough, Mrs. Sato. Yes. Let's get excited. And deeply, deeply afraid for our lives. 18th February, 1 p.m., the Old Bailey courtroom. We're back. Oh, that's you. Okay. Hello, young lady. There's the young girl next to Mr. McGilded. Look. She must have been the one who caused the disturbance before. Well, after that rather eventful recess, the court will now resume the trial of Mr. Magnus McGilded. Now then, Lord Van Six. My lord, I believe you have established the cause of the smoke which veiled the proceedings earlier. It seems to have been an advanced form of smoke grenade of the sort typically employed by the army. Good gracious, the army! What in the devil's name? It was an elaborate attempt by a young girl to cloak her escape from the public gallery, but she was caught. And now occupies the stand. Your name, girl? Are you responsible for the smoke grenade which induced such pandemonium here in my corner? What is the meaning of this deplorable behavior? To be fair, she's only not saying anything, which is annoying but not a criminal offense. If I may, my lord? Yes, Mr. McGilded? I think perhaps I ought to explain here. Why is it that this wee lass was here in the first place and why she tried to pull like that? This all up with the events of the night, sweeties. Very well, Mr. McGilded, give your testimony. You will explain to the court exactly how this young woman is involved in the case. Just what did happen that night. It's not like a defense lawyer needs that information or anything. It's not like I wanted it or anything. God forbid. On the night in question, I took the back seat in the omnibus and probably not off. Then Begora, a low thud, and a wee scream woke me up with a first shot. There was a fella collapsed on the floor at my feet, so I sat him up on the seat across me. And then I turned to find out where that scream had come from, and bless my soul, what did I find? There was a child in there all caught up in a ball, hiding her wee self away. Uh-huh. I remain somewhat baffled, I confess, but from what I can gather, on the night in question, this young girl was indeed riding in the omnibus, is that correct? It's exactly as the defense counsel said. This last was the 5th passenger, my lord. Okay. Very well. The defense may now cross-examine the witnesses. Are you ready, counsel? Yes, my lord. Or rather, no. I have no idea where to start. Well, when we don't know where to start, we just press on every single statement. That's the way we do it in the Ace Attorney series.
Hold it!
And when you first got onto the omnibus, were there any other passengers already on board? There were not. The cabin was empty and there was no one on the roof deck either. You were the first passenger, as it were, I see. Aye, and that's why I took me the back side as I did. It's the most comfortable, so it is. Could you explain exactly what you mean by the back seat? By all means, is how you already described it earlier. I'm talking about the seat opposite to the one in which the poor gentleman who was down was sitting. Like I said, it's the most comfortable and where I feel most at ease. And of course, I enjoy gazing through the skylight from time to time as well. Band 6 is being very quiet, and I don't trust like that.
Hold it!
A loud thud, you say, and a scream. Aye, that's right. How can I explain it? 'Twas like the sound of someone falling to the ground. That sort of noise. So you think it was the son of Mr. Mason falling to the floor having been stabbed? Well, now you'll remember I was asleep at the time, so I wouldn't like to say. And when the sound woke me up, when the sun woke me and I opened my eyes, there wasn't a soul to be seen in the carriage, but they fell on the floor. You didn't see anyone, but at the same moment you did hear a scream. Ah, from the seats above you on the roof deck, I presume. Not above me, no, my lord. That was from the inside the cabin. But I wasn't altogether thinking about the scream. No, I was just stunned by the desperate sight before my eyes.
Hold it!
You sat him up? The victim, you mean? That I did, on the seat across from me, as I said. I could plainly see the poor devils was already gone. And you wouldn't leave a dead man just lying on the floor now, would you? That's tampering with evidence, hon. This common courtesy, so it is. I find that a little hard to believe. I love Band 6. Now why would you... Now what would that be? You beg to find a man lying dead at your feet in a carriage. Any normal person will hail the cabman. Any upstanding member of London society, that is. Well, now, as you know, I'm in something of a special line of business. The business of lending money at exorbitant rates of interest. Unfortunately, my lord, not everyone is thankful for the help I offer them, and some would even see me dead. So I do try, where at all possible, to avoid getting myself in a tangle into trouble. Are you suggesting you are just going to leave the man there? Heavens alive, no! I was already intending to report it, so I was. Only I had a mind to find out the whys and wherefores first. The whys and wherefores. Right, you are. There were some details I wanted to understand before anyone else got to meddling. That wee scream I heard, for example. Wouldn't your good self do just the same? Yes, the scream he says he heard at the same time as the thought of the victim collapsing. Then I turned to find out where that scream come from, and bless my soul, what did I find?
Hold it!
I love that, bless my soul. I'm afraid I don't understand. I'm sure you told the court that there was no one else in the carriage except yourself and the victim. So I did, sir, so I did. As far as I could see, that is. What do you mean by that? Well, now this is a queer thing that we scream I heard as I woke up. It came from, if you'll excuse the vulgar expression, under my backside. Good gracious! Under your backside? And when I lifted the seat on which I'd been sitting, I found there was a wee cubby hole there for storage. Mr. Naruhodo, we can examine the omnibus ourselves, remember? Yes, of course, the whole bus was submitted as evidence, and we did investigate it, so it's fine. This would be a good time to have a thorough look around inside. And that's when I found her. There was a child in there, yeah, okay. We'll press again. At this point, it's the only thing we can do. You say she was hiding herself. Aye, that's right. It was hard to see in the dim lamplight, but she was all curled up in a wee ball when her eyes met. Well, me heart nearly stopped beating in me chest. You're really overreacting. You're really overreacting this. Tilan lad, I put her out from under there and sat her on the seat opposite so that I could have a wee chingwag with her. The seat opposite? That's right, just next to the gentleman there. You sat this young girl next to a corpse, sir. Well, as I'm sure I mentioned, a gentleman in my position can all too often find himself in mortal danger. So I needed to find out just who this urchin was, you see? And while I was in the middle of talking with her, I heard another scream. A fella's voice this time. Presumably that scream was Mr. Furse, who was sitting on the roof deck seats. Right you are again, I would say, sir. Looking down through the sky like he must have seen this young girl and the gentleman with the knife in his belly. In other words, the previous witnesses did not, in fact, see you at all, Mr. McGilder. What they believed to be yourself and the victim was in fact this girl and the late Mr. Mason. Aye, my lord. I was, as I think everyone understands now, sat at the back of the carriage out of sight. It is certainly possible. The defendant is somewhat diminutive in stature. And rarely confused perhaps with this young girl. Okay. After that, of course. With the scream from the gentleman over us, the driver realized something was wrong and pulled up the horses. Thank you, I've had enough. The events as explained are clear in my mind. However, at least one conundrum remains. Who is the girl? Her name is Gina Lestrade, my lord. Oh, of course it's Lestrade. She's a chancer, and so cross among large crowds, relieving people of their purses. What's commonly called a pickpocket. What? This girl here, a petty thief. I mean, I respect the hustle. Order, order! Is this true, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade, you will answer the question. Ah! How dare you? What is the meaning of this? Ah, the girl, she's gone. Open your eyes. I'm over here. Gracious, how? What was the point in that little sidestep? I know what you lot are thinking. Grown-ups are all the same. This did a little deeper, you'll say. Slipped on and got caught on the job. She got herself back into the corner, so she knifed the gent. Go on, that's what you're in your head saying it. No, not at all. This is a court of law. We're here to determine the truth, not cast... Ah. Why green? Why green for me? I don't like that green. Look, knives are for cowards. Only thugs has weapons like that. All I need for what to do is these fingers. I'm a professional, alright? Maybe not in your eyes, but I get pride in what I do. Let me guess, you don't count smoke guns among weapons for thugs? Oh, these. Yeah, this was in a bag I lifted the other day, down where they keep the four-wheelie drags. It's nice, isn't it? I like the pink vest. I think she stole that from, Hairlock. I think she stole that from Sholmes. Like, it has the same symbol on it that his clothes had. Ah, do not wave that thing in my direction again. So, you admit you were riding the omnibus on the night in question. It's alright, lass. You can tell them the truth now. Alright, yeah. It's just like the Irishman said. Court accepts these girls, Miss Gina Lestrade, as a valid and significant witness in this case. Accordingly, young lady, we will now hear your testimony, if you please. You will tell the court exactly what happened in the omnibus on the night in question. Alright, if I have to. So I snuck inside the carriage before I looked up to the horses just like always. But it was a right waste of time. I got nothing to show for my troubles that night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place pitching there. Then after a while, I heard that long bang, nearly jumping down my skin I did, and a scream just came out. It's because of that it's the Sweller found me. It did help me get away, mind. Yes, he let you out. I failed to understand why you would let this street urchin go, Mr. Manildet. Ah, the simplicity itself, my lord. You see, she couldn't possibly have killed the other passenger. I knew that for a fact. Oh. As I'm sure I said before, sir. I was sitting right on top of the place where she was hiding herself. I think a demonstration is called for. This is where I sat that night. And the cubbyhole of which you have spoken is underneath the seat, I presume. Yeah, there. Yes, it does appear just large enough to accommodate someone of the girl's stature. Aye, but of course the wheel ass was stuck in there, because I packed myself on the seat for that duration. Ah. Well, you see, that's why I let the last bolt. I knew that if the police found her there, they'd automatically assume she'd done it. But I couldn't live with myself if a young life was ruined when all the time I knew she was innocent. Even though you must have realized your action would result in your own innocence being called into question. Not at all, my lord, not at all. I knew in my own heart that I was innocent. So I thought, it was worth taking a punt on my good name for the sake of this less fortunate lass. My goodness. What a perfect gentleman. My lord! This fine example of a man cannot possibly be guilty of a heinous crime like this. I'm ashamed of myself for my daughter to you, sir. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Chad, we are so back. Saints alive! All 6 members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty. Stuck my dick, Van Six! Mr. Naruto, this... well, it must mean... It must mean what? That we're victorious. We won? Are you sure?
Objection!
God damn it. Okay, Van Six, honey, the vampire thing, sure. The wine drinking, yeah, okay. You keep destroying your cups like you think you're Dracula before fighting as the final boss in basically every single Castlevania. Sure, cool, whatever. The cape that you literally wrap around yourself like a vampire, sure. The way that you point fruitily at people, yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Did you have to put your leg on the desk? Do you have to put your leg, like, why is your leg there? You're gonna ruin the wood. You're gonna ruin the wood. It's probably expensive. It might be mahogany. What if it's mahogany? You're gonna ruin a mahogany desk. I'm gonna grab this guy and just throw it out, like, in the trash, through a window. If the sight of my Iron Hill Wellington's offense, pray do forgive the discourtesy. See, they're also very offended by the leg. This really is a consummate example of the one monumental flaw in British judicial practices. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotions rule the day. Emotion? The witness's latest statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard will have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of this cubbyhole, as the witnesses put it, was included in their investigation. Okay, and? The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good lord! The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. McGilder's story, someone has unlawfully removed everything under the seat. What? Okay, but can you prove that? Can you prove that that's true? Like, can you prove that there wasn't a period of time between the murder and the police arriving where they couldn't have put the stuff in there? Like, can you prove that? Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been affected, Council? Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was filled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Yeah, to be fair, we did check it and it wasn't empty then. So I guess it was in the period when the smoke bomb was used that happened. Well, my Nipponese friend. Me, can you stop calling me your friend? I don't like you and I don't think of you as a friend. When the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as will any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Pray, what did you find the condition of the under-seat compartment to be? To be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go ahead, you tell the court now, fella. This is a lot of library, it's good, but the desperate Lord Van 6. Well, Counsel, you have something to say on this matter. I'm not gonna lie. How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of the little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? I mean, I know it wasn't empty. It's not gonna help or case at all. I really don't know if giving this answer is helping my cause as counsel for the defense. It's not. As far as I remember, at least. When I first examined the compartment, I'm fairly certain that there were a number of articles inside it, yes. Are you sure, Counsel? I'll be whist! What are you saying now, you daft doll? I thought you were on my side here. Don't worry, I'm still on your side. I'm just, I'm not going to lie to the court and get myself in trouble for lying to the court. What game are you playing? Your task is to defend the man in the stand. Why would you say something to compromise his position? Because it's not true? As the advocate for the defense in this trial, I confess I'm still not entirely sure where I stand. But it seems to me that I should state what facts I do know as clearly and honestly as possible. Interesting. It's not altogether pleasing, fella. I'm simply telling the truth, Mr. McGilder. Well, don't forget that you're supposed to be representing my best interest here, lad. Now then. Fella's memory is a curious thing, and not altogether reliable. Nah, the court must consider the facts. That their cubbyhole under the seat is empty as the devil's heart, so it is. What is he trying to do here? Like, he's not guilty even with that thing full of items. Clearly there's a problem that he's trying to defend himself with this. I think perhaps it would be in your best interest now to admit that you might have been mistaken. Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? Because it's not, hun. Don't worry about it. I should like the jury to wait on this matter, I think. That environment is designed to house equipment used to maintain the smooth running of the carriage. The guild's rules states that omnibuses should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty in the night in question. Be poisoned that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the pig purser lying. I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking Rachel always stinkers. Nothing but cowards, a lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Well, I guess we're back in the it's so over area. Quite so. I must concur here. With calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. We're back at 50-50, it seems. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be how do you do holy, but like with a, you know, the verb. How would you do that? Anyway, it would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. Please try to maintain your accent next time. But before we proceed any further, there is the matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Alright. Counsel for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Him and his stupid little feet on my stupid little desk. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked you about they opened up the horses, just like, oh okay, it's the same as before. Okay, so it's that. Let's see. Nothing to show for troubles.
Hold it!
Wait. When you say a loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily. That's right. And then I felt the cushion of a mere guard get lighter all of a sudden. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes. Or not. It could equally have been the moment that the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? Well, girl, do you see what happened at that crucial moment? Yeah, I saw it. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butchers while I had the chance, didn't I? The Irishman was sitting up the block where it had fallen to the floor on the seat opposite. Not much is Mr. McGildy's account, of course. But then, the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, but it's too late right then. I should have risked it looking. I'm thinking, what's the situation here actually? And when Mr. Magilda discovered you, he pulled you up from your hiding place. I was scared stiff I was. He dragged me out and sat me down in the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason. Yeah, the blood had a knife in his guts. He was still bleeding. Then the carriage light sprayed and he ended up falling onto me. How awful. When my hands got covered in blood, it made me feel sick as a dog. What, her hands covered in blood? That must be what the rooftop passenger saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. McGilded for a while, is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know my name and what I was doing up on that thought. Then I heard something up from above, someone screamed. Yes, Mr. First on the roof deck, one would presume. But I didn't want no one seeing me face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up his magic, and there his Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat, I'll see that you can get away later." All the 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are still very unsure. If we could just find some conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony, I'm sure we would clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right, and I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all. Now that must I push the cushion over by my head and look out of the crack. Then I can have the butchers at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can't have a look. The seat I get under ain't as posh as the other one, see? But most of the time the passenger plan themselves opposite. But for some reason, these here Irishmen spend the whole journey right over me head. And for that reason, you weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. That is, I ain't too happy here in the small dark places. Feels too much like being thrown in the clean.
No.
Huh?
Excuse me.
Why are you laughing? Is something wrong, Mr. McGilded? Oh, I do apologize. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I'm just wondering if Miss Lestrade's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps? Lestrade. Goddammit, I forgot that that's how it's pronounced. You seem to be thinking of thinking something to yourself. Thinking about things. Ah, no, it was nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lassie, so. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. It was terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. I'm still scared of the dark now. I don't know about yourself, but I find that the darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Miss Lestrade? Did you hear anything that night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Someone getting stabbed? Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. But Jeepers, there's no need to tell the whole world of me foibles, you little scamp. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of that last statement of hers? I mean... it's kind of important because if she heard him snoring, then he clearly was asleep. Although, My lord, I believe that the statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important, but all she said was that she heard nothing. Yes, which is a profoundly important point. I'm almost sure of it. I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern Mind Council. Nevertheless, I can only be so racist before this becomes some kind of weird right-wing comedy routine. Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating the last sentence, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you're trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. It's very good depending on who you are.
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time, since the moment you hit yourself. Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could just push the cushion and have a butt chest to see what's what. But then, when I saw this well getting on, it got me head down so he didn't notice me. And Mr. McGilded sat on the seat under which you were hiding, correct? Yeah! Would ya add an inevited egg? What a mug! So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out there as soon as I heard him leave, see? But were he? Not likely. Even though he was still here and there, I never had the door open. So I just had to stay put and listen to him driving his pigs to the market, snoring like an old dog he was. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that, I wonder? Yeah, that doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Nipponese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. 7-6 realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claim with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, we heard nothing but the sound of Mr. McGilded snoring. But think, Ryonosuke. Think! Something else she should have heard. Oh right, the other person who got on in the bus. Well, on the omnibus, rather. It's not just a bus. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestrade could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person. The victim. That's the silly hat you're wearing.
Take that!
Tricefire Mason. Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear is that of the victim, Mr. Mason, born in the omnibus. Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person on board the omnibus, is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. McGilded. That it was, not as all was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. At least not in plain sight. So you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at the time. Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah, I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. during which time did you not hear the door opening or closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, wasn't it? Waiting for this well to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? Ah. We know that the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrange's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Ah. Yes, the spirit statement was clearly flawed. Lord 16. Yes, he knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrange's statement. It will seem words of thanks are in order for my land friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient and truths nothing more. This stupid vampire man. Is that right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl is a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. Goddamn old woman! Okay, we are. This is Jover. We are not back. This is so Jover. She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. And neither can I. Mr. Foreman! I didn't want to judge the girl just because she has some less than salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abide liars. Oh, come on, you piece of shit. Dang it. So angry that I need to hydrate. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning toward guilty. Well, your consideration for other is a refreshing Nipponese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working? Yes, assistant, madam. Madam. Is that a slur? I feel like that was a slur. This is Carnage. It's perfect. Your number 2 is the only one left. The way this is going, I know. If we can find some new way to convince everyone of Magilda's innocence, the judge will rule and will have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen, but those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Thank you. Yes, the witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is in fact the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Counsel! I'm sorry, sir. Whatever do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate your attempting to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If these petty thieves were to be believed, how do you explain that the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Well, bro, maybe there was another entrance. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. Yes, in there already there was... Come on, dude. There was another entrance, probably. Obviously. If the door wasn't opened even once, the only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door, the other only has windows. Fixed windows which cannot possibly open. They're not even large enough for a person either, so... In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door. But there could be! There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes, really. One other way inside that isn't the door. Another opening to use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Alright, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. It is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim enter the cabin? The skylight? It's probably openable.
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost has me lost for words. However, the skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim, but do you have a shred of evidence to support your addle-brained theory? Both Mr. McGillet and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as the noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes, which has already been explained. As the son of the victim falling from his seat having been assaulted with a dagger. Yes, it has, but... would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witnesses described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact. Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin. That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Bitch. Because if the victim had fallen inside through the skylight as you say, the passengers on the roof deck would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in the testimony. Well, yes, that's true. But here's the deal. What if they're all lying? May the humble fella make a wee comment here? Mr. Gilded? McGilded? Mr. McGilded? To be sure now, the two fellas were sat on the roof that testified for. Said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that this is not so much a case of them not saying, but... Aye. This is a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas... do we having something of a compelling reason not to mention what happened? Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah! Well, they're mad. Hi, guys. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you blitherer? You rudder, he said. You rudder. What are you insinuating? Why are you acting like you're riding a horse? This is a flaming outrage. I'm gonna mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he said, and so will I. Mr. Fairplay. You're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman and well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have a stabbed that man in the guts it's a disgrace, it's scandalous, I mean, you're a banker. Like, I inherently do not trust you. Because as we all know, the banks are too big to fail. And when they fail, well, we all know what happens. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. Order, order, order! This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the anteroom at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord, and it's outrageous. It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead, Lord 1-6. It was the defense that incited these avers from the witnesses. My land friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, Omniponese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. You proposed to the court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the roof passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimated their criminal guilt. In a British court of law, that is what is termed a baseless accusation. I mean, is it really that baseless? I know it was rushed to put the idea forward without any actual evidence, but... you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on the fellow. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's shift or rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. What's happening, Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery are, they're in a complete frenzy. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First? My lord? You will take the stand again and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. I think it's keep pushing forward, but like, what do you think of that? We were the only two people on that roof deck, dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the other of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're so sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I'll figure something out. I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine how either witness could have performed any malevolent act on this open rooftop deck without the other noticing for it. That's right, you see? We're innocents, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? According to investigation by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealings. Well, I don't trust coppers anymore, I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense, over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Well, there is something freaky here. I can feel it in my bonesies. Did you not? Because, like, you two owed money. So, you had never met Mr. Thrice Fire Mason before? No, not once, never. He never met the man before, he said, never. And you, Mr. First, had no previous dealing with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hat doesn't have much to do with rig makers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the modest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin.
Excuse me.
Mr. McGilded? Yes, Counsel, what can I be doing for ya? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Not the remotest connection. Is that right now, I wonder? What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplace, it's been too long, so it has. If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe it's fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date. I beg your pardon. You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. And an unconscionable rate of interest, you tricked me, is extortion! Well, now, is that a touch of begrudgery, is it? The sort of begrudgery that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes upon another. Ah! And young Mr. First? Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? The other top hat sliding about on your head, is that one of your own creations, is it? Ah, well, I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, it's very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Thrice Fire Mason. Ah! There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence before me, Lord. Oh, this you mean? I can't help thinking that the poor fella's hat looks distinctly familiar, wouldn't you say? Oh! That's one of me hats. Hey, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. The sort of customer, I wager, you could have had a wee quarrel over the distinctiveness of the goods. Oh, no, sir. Absolutely no, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remotest connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel! Ah! He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. McGilded has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Please don't let me little interruption hold up the proceedings. Are you quite certain about that the skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my blood with you in a minute. He's going to lose his frag with you in a minute, that's what he said. Take a look for yourself, go on. You see, it's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is. Of course, a fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break right through it and steal it all. What? Just looking at the size of the thing, you understand? Ah, now you hold on there a minute. Sir, the size of the thing means nothing. You're on his own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting the arcane, shall we? I was writing the omnibus on another question when, well, I broke wind loudly. I shook myself with it as it happens. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just meant to say, well, the point is, I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge, and the stench was terrible. Everyone was looking down at me, sir. I went as red as rush, I did. I don't think I like knowing that this guy has farted in a space like this. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is that the skylight can't be open. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin of shame. Madame?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say? Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Miss Lestrade? It opens. Huh? The skylight. That is what we were talking about, right? All them skylights open that easy. More easily than you can load that weapon? That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, I... You can't do it from inside, you mug. Oh? Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof the one of them drags. And I had a great haul. I mean, I had pulses coming out my ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the forum to be eulogizing on the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last block's pulse, he got wise on me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't off the bus and leg it. So what I did was, I used the skylight, opened the hatch and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch from them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck. Bailiff! Climb onto that roof and the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. And whack the skylight's balls. The skylight doesn't have balls. Do it anyway. Yep. Oh, my hat! See? Order! 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 So it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck! Mr. Naruhado, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel for the offense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord! The skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. Well, I do have proof. It's a goddamn omnibus.
Objection!
What? What? What do you mean you failed to see a collection? Would you kindly desist from that white... What? What is the only panic stricken look I know? What do you mean? Do I have to, like, check it? Wait, how did you open the core record again? Well, I'm gonna present it anyway. Oh, goddammit, I keep clicking. I wonder if these two men really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Though, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. McGilder either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of the trial. Evidence. No one can argue against the decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. Well, let me get to it. I guess I'll just put percent and then I'll check it before presenting. Oh, god damn it! I did it again. I hate when I do that. I get to click click happy, I guess. Okay. Percent, and we examined before. That's the best we can get here. The skylight was fastened shut before. But now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. Okay, so let's... You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see it quite clearly. That's not good for us. Oh wait, let me back down and then examine it again, and... Oh, do I have to... Maybe if I touch the other side of it. No, that's the same as before. Okay, let's go inside then. Come on, we did it before, guys. Calm down. Oh! Oh! Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone like you through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ah! What is it? Look, just here, look at this. That's without question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain here? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Well, I guess that was what we needed. Anyway. Objection! Get fucked, forehead. On the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach, and immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight into the cabin below. Those are the facts, and the irrefutable proof remains clearly visible in the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utter humbug. Ah, you can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof here in this courtroom. Yeah. Counsel? My lord? I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within this omnibus is the evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof deck through the skylight. Yeah, about that, have some wood. Oh. Wrong button. I always make this mistake when I have to point at stuff. Yeah, it's blood. I know. It's blood. Yeah, it's blood. You know, if you're gonna make me do this, you could have allowed me to make me do this. Without actually checking it.
Got it!
By Jupiter! Is that blood? Ah. This blood stain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my! So it follows that Mr. McGilded, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, cannot possibly be guilty of this crime. Nah. No. Order! Order! Order!
Hold it!
But. But the blood could have sprayed up there when the fellow was stabbed inside the cab. How much do you think blood spreads when you stab someone? And only for its way to that one particular spot on the skylight. Sure, and that would be very convenient. Ah. And let's keep it in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it now, would I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the gent really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? It's all to plane, if you see. How did we not notice that before? There's the aftermath that shows that the poor fella dropped from a hair height right there, so it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies. My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can, yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in the schoolroom. So they thought they could pull their wool over my eyes, did they? I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful pack couldn't have done such a thing. On 3 then, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Goddamn 6! I was almost there. I almost had it. A chilling performance, Mr. McGilded. Oh, and what would you be referring to there now, Lovan 6? A blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed. What are you talking about? It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the Omnibus. The officers involved went over the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. I can say it with absolute certainty. No such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. But are you suggesting, Lord 6, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes, and while this court has been in session. What? What a palaver. I must say I didn't expect such court reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Van Six. But I'm Magnus McGilded, fellow known all over the capital for his fine contribution to the public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of the Bailey. Mr. McGilded, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. You're very adept when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved with is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? Fabricated evidence, I assume? When you wield a fortune the size of Mr. McGilded's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. I trust your ability to concoct the most convenient of stories, sir. Lord Van Six, this will not do for sure. Will it now, counsel? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say, this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? But if you will cast your minds back, is it not true that the omnibus there has been in the quorum this entire time? How could anyone possibly have put a smear of blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, Council? It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that the court has been in session. Except my learned friend. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think... yeah, it could have been possible. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There is no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggests. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh! Good gracious! Explain yourself, Counsel. Yes, there is. It seems my neo-Nipponese friends have no intention of running from this deceit. I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess that we were forced to take. As a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in the stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. Here we call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. And walk everyone's balls in the process. The courtroom was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and in all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? What are you trying to pull, you rotten fleckless gouger? Fleckless? Gouger? You're supposed to be defending me! It's a wicked plot. It's a plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think this is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materializes in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies such as the start of it, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of the driver's items. Secondly, we have the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. As I have said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lone Run 6, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled out, both the storage compartment and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say, we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord, no doubt this was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? How about the omnibus? Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? Well, I think so, yeah, I have an inkling. My lord? Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely could not have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you never betray me, you little maggot, you better start watching your back.
Objection!
Silence, McGildet. But awaits the defense's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way and then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? I have to assume it's the... yeah, it's the blood mark. That's blood, isn't it? Is something wrong? Oh, it shows, well, this bloodstain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Van Six has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Yeah, there it is.
Got it!
If you consider that the victim fell through the skylight onto the floor of the cavern, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I can recall, this bloodstain on the cabin floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good lord. Yes, I do believe you're correct, Hansel. Well said. Although, as an advocate for the defense, one might say that was a very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that bloodstains on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether that evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. Yeah, really? Everyone's honest reaction to this information? Ah! This trial is over. Mr. McGilded. I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. It's over, I tell ye. Memory, recollection, what people think they saw. It's all that nonsense. Facts are what counts, and the fact is that bloodstain is there. Well... And over the course of this desperate trial, long and extreme drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Ripper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. I'm scandalized, so am I. I thought better of Lord Van Six. Well, my lord? I must concur with the defendant. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Van Six, what is your position? He's not happy about this. The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am of course obliged to confirm with the defense first. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. McGilded will be found not guilty. Yes, which would mean we won. Is that really right? Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really alright for the trial to come to an end now, with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel for the defense, your closing statement, please. God. Yes, my lord. The defense believes... I mean... I don't want to give any points to a banker. But he is also a loan shark, which is like a banker but worse. So, I think he could be guilty. I am here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. McGilded. However, at this moment in time, I cannot in all good conscience attest fully to the defendant's innocence. What are you saying, man? I mean, we're not gonna lie. Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good. Good gracious me! Order! Order! He said this is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer, calling the accused innocence into question. Are you son of mine? Well, of sound mind, same thing, really. It was a grand decision to apply you as my lawyer, so it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect was such a sating spectacle at the end there, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Ah. Your job here is done, fella, and some fine work you've done, so you have. What do you mean? Well, just as a right honorable gentleman so successfully put it afore, the trial can't go on anymore. And your closing statement there was, how did he put it now? Nothing more than a formality. Wah ha 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 ha. I really don't know what to make out of this. What's the evidence we've seen even genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I said. Stink and Rich are always guilty of something, you mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely park. Now that proceedings have unfolded in this way, yeah, I am compelled to declare a premature end to this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defendant's plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court. But we still haven't determined if the bloodstains in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or practical lies. We have no idea about the truth. 12-6, my lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus presented as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. My sincerest apologies, my lord. But wait! When were we evacuated from the courtroom? Lord 16 ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. What? Well, Lord 16, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Do you mean to tell me this has been a grand waste of time? It's the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, you can always go ahead and try to change the law. Magnus McGilded? Good grief, you've had more to say to me, have you? Just one thing, a warning. This is far from over. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I become Waluigi. I hereby pronounce the defendant Mr. Magnus McGilded. That doesn't feel like a victory. Ooh, fireworks! We shouldn't do that inside this building. That's another fire hazard. Jesus Christ, you guys! That's just a bunch of fire hazards. Believe it! This is an outrage! You should have examined the evidence more! What are you talking about? The man have been clear he's innocent. Well, that sucked ass. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict, and my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end, with the defendant being found not guilty, ostensibly a victory for us. Ostensibly being the operative word in that sentence. '18th of February, 5:14 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. That certainly was a long trial. Yes, it was. We even made it 30 minutes over time from the usual time we end the stream. Your first ever trial on foreign soil, and your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. At least it wasn't like last time, which was like an hour and a half overtime. Don't congratulate me. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you too, Mrs. Sato. Thank you for your assistance. I suppose we should be happy. The trouble is, we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Mason's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carry out your duty to perfection. Aye, that you did. Mr. McGilded. And that girl is with him too. Well, it seems the stories are true. Huh? What stories? How about the 6 enormous fireworks that will be letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty? I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? I'm surprised that you're acknowledging them. Yes, definitely. I heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. And I got you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I don't know about that. I'm not sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say you had me straight in the head there once or twice. Well, you're young and headstrong. And this water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. McGilded, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Aye. We've all seen that I didn't do that odious and abstinent deed. This grand is a nut? I suppose it is. Now the fine fellows of Scotland Yard can take matters in hand and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have, after all. I do be providing a good number of the wages with all the taxes I pay. Not that funny. So then, as we agreed beforehand, 1,000 guineas for your travels, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. Ah, be whizzing, you humble people are ye. You're from the east. Well, if you insist. But have these still and all, you deserve a reward. Mr. Magnus McGilded! Everything is ready, sir. Hey, would you like to follow me into the courtroom? Into the courtroom? As these officers is sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenience, sir. There were some changes about the schedule. To the schedule, rather, I'm sorry. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? I'm going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again. Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of these matters now. But as an upstanding member of London society, I do be doing me best to help where I can. It's a gentleman's duty, so it is. So then, fairly well. That was an absolute pleasure meeting you. I would have asked for half that meal, for half that 1,000 guineas. I hope you have a well of a time while you're studying here in Great Britain. Well, that happened. And there he goes, a free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Ma'am, you don't have to shoot me. Ma'am, you don't have to. Don't move! Whereas I want to say get a move on, she really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrade, would you mind putting that thing down? Yeah, grown-up. Sorry? And I hate all grown-ups. Ah, there you are! Oh, I thought it was an adult man. It's a child. Okay. Naughty, running off like that. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? Why is your hair hard? Oh wait, I probably should do the child voice. I'm taking in with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial of my experimental small grenade launcher. Ha! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good to you. Good day to you. I'm the inventor as opposed to the machine. The inventor. Well, normally snow grenades are so dull, don't you agree? Wide, and more white. If you have to be shredded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I told myself. Do we have to be shredded in smoke though, at all? I just took my eyes off it for a moment while I was changing onto the different omnibus and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraphic beacon. I tell you what's it? What? I have no idea what this guy is talking about. Anyway, you're coming with me now, back to my laboratory. What for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What you mean? What you mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adults. Come along then, follow me. Fine, have your way. Oh good, you see, I knew you'd want to do the right thing in the end. I'm fairly sure that what she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. Well, I'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. Okay, bye. That was weird. She was a lively one. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh! We haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late an hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Don't worry though, I have a plan. If the worst comes to the worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of McGilded Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person's soul just as easily as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. McGilded down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or a mansion. See, you should have at least taken half of it. And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of our first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead. Just as the Reaper of the Vale had warned, The case was far from over. And it's probably gonna come back to bite us in the ass.
What's going on? Get the fire brigade!
Water! Bring water, quick! What the... How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
No. Oh, good God.
There's someone in there.
This can't be.
And 6, you don't have to aura farm. He doesn't have to do that. Well, at least it only took 40 minutes overtime. Well, there was no good way to stop is the issue. Okay, that's done. That's gonna be everything for today. Jesus, another case down. Oh boy. I guess the plot thickens. Anyway, thank you everybody for being here. Tomorrow we're doing more of this because I didn't stream on Friday when we were supposed to play this because I had to go have my knee checked and then it was hot and I was dying because it was hot and the heat affects me terribly. So we're continuing tomorrow and I don't know how long case 4 is, but hopefully I won't be going over time as much as I've been doing so lately. Because oh boy, it's a lot for me. It's a lot. But anyway, that's for tomorrow. Again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. It's the start of the weekend, so I guess a good start to your weekend. And I'll see you tomorrow for case 4 of the Great Ace Attorney. The first one. I feel like we're in the middle of a conspiracy and we haven't found out yet, and I'm very afraid because usually when I'm in the middle of a conspiracy, something terrible happens to me. So I just want to leave that out, that if something happens to me, it's because we're in a conspiracy. Definitely. Bye, everyone.